Well, hello everyone. Welcome into Flying with Mike. We're glad to have you aboard, and we will be aboard the Clipper Belle of the Sky from PanAm. Oh, that's right, we're turning the clock back many ways. Turning the clock back in reality to the fact we're about 12 hours earlier than what it is right now, and we're ballparking that in Taipei, Taiwan, as well as rolling the clock back in the airline world to the days of Pan Am. 1991 was a bad year for them. That's when they ceased operations. However, we're flying under the 1980. Which one am I on? 85? 84? Something like that. I can't even remember right now off the top of my head. But anyway, welcome in. We're flying for Pan Am Virtual. It's a great group. We work off the VAM system out there with the Pegasus ACAR system. Many of you may know of this, and it's a great airline. It's historic, yes. Also, the sister airline, you figure this one out, TWA. Those of you that are in the know of airlines. I'm not getting into the story, but it is quite comical if you think about it. But anyway, we're sitting on the ramp getting ready to go to Tokyo's Narita Airport. This flight schedule would have been some of the first flights Pan Am flew into there. I believe it opened in like 84, 85. Oh, there's some history there. If those of you that are historic buffs want to learn more about Narita, boy, there is some stories about that airport in its construction, which led to the way Kansai was built. Didn't think there was a correlation, but there is. So many of you love flying into the little island airport, if you will, and it seriously is just an island airport, man-made island airport. But reading up on Narita, you'll find out why they went that route. So we're sitting at Delta 1, and I hope nobody has taken my spot. Uh-oh, there's people here. Hang on. Oh, no, they have not. Oh, good. So I am going to go ahead. We're going to get up in the cockpit. We're going to do our usual brief so that we know what we're doing. Okay, so to speak. And we'll take it from there and catch you up at where we are in the checklist, because this is a bit of a timely aircraft to get airborne. Um, so, all right. There's some toolkit. You can see we're down here. Let me just zoom. Now, if you're ever at an airport and you can't get that airport chart up real quick, you could zoom in quickly here. And as you can see, you get your taxi. Zoom in enough, you can even get the gates. This is something I should, well, no, you didn't get them here today. Let me try a little further in. Nope. All right, well, sometimes you will get the gates, um, which would have helped last night. I went to the wrong gate and got in trouble for it. Oh well. We're going to fly again today. Not only did I get in trouble by the chief pilot for the hard landing, but I also got in trouble by the chief pilot for parking in the wrong gate. It happens. All right, so nobody's in the gate. Give me a second here and then we'll walk through it. We're going to get up on VATSIM, so hopefully nobody drops in on us. I like to do that just to be safe. It's not, sometimes people have been sitting there for an hour for many reasons that we don't need to get into. Me, I just sit there so I have my spot reserved. Um, but it is kind of rough when people pop in and think, hey, this is my spot. You need to move. I've been here for an hour. So, yeah, they get very territorial. So, and it's not the first time I've been introduced to that. So, All right, let's click it and or get ticket. Oh, sorry, wrong slogan there. All right, so there you have it. Let's back out. Okay, wait a minute here. I did not know of this runway. Huh. Now how the heck do they get away with that? This must be a how the heck do they get away with that one? Well, I know how, but it's weird. That's how about that? Who knew there were three parallels in Taipei? Raise your hand. Yeah. Yeah, my hand's not up. I did not know that. And the reason I say at the airport, there's a connecting parallel or a connecting taxiway. How about that? It's a military airport, obviously. Those are hard stands. But wow, didn't know that. See what you get to learn when you come and fly with my Gosh. Just amazing what we learn. All right, so we can see VATSIM up to the north of us. But currently it does not appear to be playing with us. We'll find out if I missed anything. 742. And oh, I guess I should kick that and that. All right. All right, so we are online, as you just saw, kind of trailing, if you did, behind there. I didn't realize not as much space as on my screen. Anyway, we are online and in that spot. Let's see, real quick. We'll do it in a second. All right, payload, 304 people. 68,096 pounds. This part is very, very relative. You'll see what I mean. Please do not take it with a grain of salt. Matter of fact, I would even say smash the grain of salt. It's, yeah, you'll see what I mean here in a second. Block fuel, same thing. We're saying 83,000. I'm going to give you a spoiler alert. It's over 120,000. You're like, what are we doing? Exactly. Cargo, not 14,900. No. Oh, no. And, but the people, that is right, 304. So, anyway, we're planning 5 right. I thought it said 5 left in my SimBrief. Huh. And Narita, we're planning that the right one, 3, 4 left. Yeah, I had to think now. It's going, man, you're really playing with my mind here. Mulka 1 Alpha departure to Mulka and then out on that route to Binks. In on the Binks Alpha arrival to runway 34 left. 39,000's where we're topping it out at. And Mach 0.85. Pretty good flight ahead. We got some weather we'll be pushing through here and there. But overall, a pretty good flight. Now, I did not, partially because of last night, set the weather to the time I am, just in case. I mean, we're talking 2 to 3 hours down the road before Narita would have controllers. They're usually there if you're in the US in the early morning hours. You got to kind of look at the way VATSIM's going to be like you do. And I know many of you may not have a TV, but like a TV, you know when the prime time shows are on, they're on from dinner to bedtime. Sounds fair, right? Same thing happens with VATSIM. Controllers are on from dinner, their time zone, to their bedtime ish down up there. So about a 4 to 5 hour period. In the Far East, that's our early morning hour US. So, all right. But anyway, the winds 0409. A few clouds at 1,500, 3,000 scattered, broken 16,000. Nothing significant or no SIG in place at Taipei at the moment. Tokyo's Narita landing with winds at 350 at 4. No sky condition reported. That's because why would I go outside? It's dark. I'm kidding. But who knows what kind of sky we'll run into there. But the temperature is 0 degrees Celsius, -9 for a dew point. Good thing is that is far enough spread at the moment, so there's no fog. No SIGs in place, and 1026 equals out to 3031 on the one and only US barometer. I don't know of many other countries that use it. All right, we are ready to go. We're on VATSIM. And looking over here, we got Hong Kong, Manila, and China up. Oh, and a couple of things here. First, thank you, Inusic, for the resubscribe for 30 months. Oh my goodness. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Merry Christmas to you, sir. Thank you so much. You think you might know this streamer? Well, I appreciate it. Also, I just found out today going through getting things set up that I had my alerts off and I missed a follow yesterday. Victor Papa underscore Charlie X-Ray Tango Alpha Echo. My apologies for not recognizing that. Like I said, I just noticed my alerts were turned off, and but thank you for following it. Oh, thank you, Inusic, for the resub. We always appreciate you around and trying to keep this guy in line. If time permits, I do have something I'm thinking about flying after this, but I don't know. The wife took the day off, so I don't know what kind of time after this we'll have. But hopefully we'll get that second flight in. It's not a long one by any stretch of the imagination. It just takes time sometimes to get these planes set up, as you're about to see, because I've already gone through much of the checklist on the Queen of the Sky here. All we really have left is to put the people on and then get the nav system set up. All right, and we'll do the nav system first. The APU's up and running, comfortizing the aircraft, so when the people come on, they go, feels good. All right, so let's get up here and start the alignment process. Okay, go to nav. I just do it. Otherwise, you end up having to do it after you align. Now, the big thing with this plane, and I'm going to tell you real world, what Felis has done, I don't know to reflect that, but from what I've seen, he's pretty well followed real world, so I wouldn't push this one to test it out. Don't move the aircraft now. Has to stay in place till the alignment's completed. Also, since we are, wait a minute, did I, okay, I've got the APU up and running, but I cannot now switch over to internal power. However, I can turn the bleed on. We just got to stay on whatever power source we're on, which right now is external. Actually, it's gate. It's X-Plane's new gate GPU feature. If you have jetways and they hook up, you'll have that. Otherwise, you call one and get one that way. But we will not touch the APU generators until we're aligned. All right, so speaking of getting aligned, let's get down here. Now, there are a couple of ways, those of you that want to play real, but don't play real. You'll hear where I'm going with this. You'll come over here. We'll come back to this in a minute. And you'll click INS Quick Align. On the other hand, I am going to go ahead and align up via coordinates. As soon as I get those coordinates back up here, actually get them up here. Parking bays, I think I got it. Yeah. Okay, let me zoom in. We're in Delta 1. what's that? Oh, sorry. All right. Let me bring that. Well, we're not. So basically what you'll do is click, let me get my cheat sheet. It's clear, right? Yep, clear. And then we'll put in our lat long. Now, I don't know how to put in the, I'm going to have to go back to the videos. I tried putting it in by the ICAO, and for some reason I couldn't switch it. So I don't know where I was messing up there. But I do know how to do it this way. So it's north 25, 4.9. So make sure it says N north. Numbers 25049. Then put the extra 0 in there to make it look right. Enter. And we are east. And that is 121, 121, 14, 0, 0, and 121.14.0. Enter, enter, and enter. That one's aligned. I go to status. Let's come over here. Same thing. Clear. North. 25. 09. 04, sorry. 9 and a 0. Enter. 1, 2, 1. 0, 2, 1. 1, 4, 0, 0. Oh, I did it wrong. Clear. I forgot to put in east. That's what I forgot. 1, 2, 1. 1, 4, 0, 0. Enter. Confirm time. Confirm date. And we'll go to status. Oh, one too many. There we go. Last one. Yeah, you got to do it in each one. Okay, so we're going north latitude 25, 04, 90, 250490, enter. East, that's what I forgot to do the first time, or second time, 1, 4, 0, and 0. Okay, we got about 5 minutes to the alignment. Okay, now, there are things you could do now. Yes, you can. Enter your flight if you want to. Or you can await till the alignment. It's your call. I am going to get this one. I will cheat on. Sorry, I am going to cheat. Here, I'm going to open the flight plan, find it. Where are you? VCTP, RJAA, that one. Okay. I hope that went in. Let's find out. Then we'll talk a couple seconds. Okay, perfect. Couple of seconds here on this. Okay. The cool thing about LTN versus SIVA, SIVA is strictly lat long coordinates for everything. Okay. From your alignment to each of your fixes. LTN LTN, on the other hand, think of it this way. You're bridging from the past, SIVA, and getting ready, not there yet, but we're almost, to the FMS nav displays, both FMS and nav display. Which is probably something phenomenal, and just wait till the next bridge happens to whatever comes next. Whenever that, these took time. So what LTN gave the pilots? SIVA, you could only put 9 coordinates in, and they were lat long. That's it. So they're very cumbersome to put in. LTN comes along. Yes, you can put in lat long. We just did it. But in your flight plans, you can put the 5 character fix ICAO fix identifiers, for instance, MOLCA, MAMOD, and so forth. You could put in VOR ICAO 3 character, NDB. You could even put airports in, like RCTP. But you still could not put it in by airway, which is what FMS would give us, the flight management systems that were still of the future at this time. That would then translate to the nice, beautiful little nav displays and all we love to play with. So that was Henderson. However, now you could fly an RNAV approach. Downside, you got to put each and every fix in. Now, how do you fly an airway? Each and every fix of that airway you got to put in. So again, still cumbersome, but we're getting better. So STARS, standard terminal arrival procedures, and standard instrument departure, SID departures. You couldn't put them in by name, but you could put in each fix, allowing you, the pilot, to fly them. So if controller said RNAV runway 14 left, you could fly the RNAV runway 14 left. Caveat: all LTN could do is lateral navigation, meaning, left to right, and that's it. No up and down. That's up to the pilot. So the pilot now has to look at the chart and stair step it down per the chart till he sees the runway. You know that part. And as in my case yesterday, hit it hard. No, I still don't know what happened to that approach. I really don't, and I don't want to go back and rehash it. But anyway, that's the big differences here. Now, we're fully set up, and I cheated, but you could go through, and I don't call it cheating because, yes, he gives us this option to get going quicker. One other thing that's different with LTN than SIVA. SIVA, 9 fixes only. You have 3 boxes, but you could only put 9 in. Now, there were later versions that allowed you to put 9 on this box, 9 on that box, 9 on the center console. But that was just before LTN came out. LTN allows you on this box, whatever box you're using to put the waypoints in, up to 98. That's pretty good. Most long hauls will not put 98 fixes in. So now with SIVA, of course, when you passed up, say you got through 5 of your fixes, well, you could start banking the next, and then you'd have to make it read. So a lot more cumbersome with SIVA, but LTN kind of helped the day out a little. Both have to be aligned on the ground and INS updated in flight. Most of the time done through your VORs. So, but I'll show you a few other things here to come in a minute. Hang on. Okay, so there's your little summarization of the LTN. It's pretty good. I kind of like it. I'm still struggling with it. I think last flight we pretty well got on it, but we were still a little off track. This one hopefully will be right on and good to go. I got a feeling no. Just looking at it. Now, one other thing to note, that careted P in 00, that's always on there. That is present position. Now, it won't be there, for instance, if I'd have selected, I think, at start, that wouldn't be there. It's because I selected it after 0. And that's important because we still have a SID. That's right, a SID to put in. And yeah, we can fly it. We got to go out to NIPAS, Robin, PABSO. Oh, wait, I don't have that up for you. Sorry. All right, so as I said, here we are. We'll take off runway 5 left, NIPAS, Robin, PABSO, Kit, and Moltke. And Moltke is where we start in on the routing. So the M750, which we're flying probably for a pretty good while, we have to put each and every one of those fixes in. Or do what I did. And the pilots are all going, I flew these things, I wish we had that option. We had to put them in. Well, and I have done it. And it's time consuming. I'm just going to flat out not lie to you, folks. It's rough. So let's go ahead, put in NIPAS. If I remember right, I click enter. Nope. Clear. Clear. There we go. NEPAS. Now, make sure it says alpha, because when you click here, you'll get the N. Where are we? P, there we go. Kind of reminds, oh, wait, I missed one. Clear. E for echo. P, A. And an S. I don't know if you've seen the commercial lately for one of the talkers, Alexa, Siri, something like that. Guys, wanting to change his name. He was thinking about going to this and that. He goes, what about PP? And the lady goes, you want to be called PP? I think I'll go back to Peter. I love that. Great joke. Taiwan, there we go. Then we're out to Robin. R O B. Hang on. Claire. There we go. Whoa. Clear. What the heck did I do? There we go. Trying to screw up again. Oh, clear. It's IN, right? Yeah. Enter. All right, now we're off to PABSO. Didn't want to cough in your ears there, folks. PAB SO. Kick it. KIKIT. Oh, we can clear that one. Okay, clear. So, all right, so let's look at this real quick. Let me just going to go ahead and move it on over so y'all can see it now. All right, so let's go back to the beginning. Uh-oh. Is that going to be a problem? I hope not. We're going to leave it. I'm hoping we don't run into troubles. I can't remember if I have to. But anyway, we're coming off RCTP out to knee pass, over to Robin, Babso, kick it, and Mulka. Then heading out. Okay. As we get out a little couple hours down the way, we'll put in the arrival. Now, here's where we got the, we just found the parking coordinate chart. Looked for Delta 1, and there it is, 25049 East 121.14.0. And then for the Binks, I don't think there's much to it. I think all we're doing is Binks to Gina, really. And then in. And yes, you can put this in. I just, for the love of God, don't remember. So I'll probably just do Binks, Gina, or probably just put Gina in, and then maybe a couple of the 3-4 left fixes, if that will be on the ILS. So, all right. So now we got to get them in here, because notice RCTP to deet. Okay, so what do? Very simple. How did that move over? Okay. We're going to click the RMT. Now, this one has the new fixes on it, so it'll become, wrong way, the master. Okay, we're going to click enter. We have 26 out of 88 or 98 waypoints. We're in perfect sync. Now it's going to basically, whatever's here, mirror it here and to the one there. I liked how Brain Games, he's the one with the great tutorials out there for this aircraft. I like what he did. Hang on a second. I'm going to get rid of charts. Captain, first officer, captain's side, first officer, that makes sense. Flight engineer, all makes sense how he did that. Whether that's true or false, that I don't know. Okay, now, since this is the master, this one is a slave. Enter. Same thing on this one. Remote, not master. Come on, Mike, go the right way. Enter. Now, okay, you see System B, System C, first officer, flight engineer, ready, transmit. It's going to transmit everything in this box to those other two boxes, filling them in so we're up to date. Now, when we do this into Narita, it's pretty much the same thing, or you can choose to just hand fly it for the intercept. You know, a lot of options there. Remember, it's 26 and it's about 2 or 3 seconds of fix to transfer. Cross-fill complete. Now, when I hit waypoint, look at that. They're all the same. Voila. Pretty cool. That is the first half of this. Now, the other part we'll do as we go out, and that'll be getting the updating set up. That is not ready to go yet. Couple of keys with that. The VOR has to be within range, strong enough, and it'll light off the green button um, down below. All right, so that is the initial. By the way, Felis has gone one step further. Let me find the go back. Here's the nearest DMEs and how many miles out they are. So it is helpful. All right, so let's go to the load calculator. I told you already we've got the fuel. We've got the APU. We are aligned, by the way. So let's get on the APU generator. All right, and we are now on internal power. We are on the air, and let's go ahead, come back here. Look at it real quick. We're flying 12. Okay, this is just a calculator for those curious. 1,250, it's actually like 1,240 something miles. We'll round, it only goes in 50s. So take what you get. 39,000 is what we're desiring headwind. Uh-oh. Hang on. I think I did that wrong. Stand by. I think I did. Hang on. We may have a lot more fuel than anticipated because I think I made it a headwind. I think I did. Darn it. Oh, well. Well, we've got extra fuel then. Alternate 200 miles. We are set up with Chitose on the more northern island to Tokyo. 10% contingency and 30 minutes of taxi fuel. So when we briefed, we saw 83,700 pounds of fuel. We've got about 40,000 more pounds of fuel on board. When we briefed, the zero fuel weight was 454,800. We kind of, yeah, it's kind of up there. Let's see, zero fuel weight now 513,900. So we got about 60,000 more pounds. Where did that come from? Cargo. Baggage here says 14,900. Hang on, let's go to the load sheet. In the lower compartments is nearly doubled, actually close to tripled, 60,000 pounds. Let's put it this way. Our payload was 68,000. Our payload on this, I think I'm going to have to go back, is nearly doubled, 127, 280 pounds. So in the Far East, if you ever watch a show, it was on either Wings, Military, Discovery, I'm not sure, Secrets of Air Freight. They focused on one Northwest Air cargo flight. So you know it's dated when I'm telling you, which is good because we're flying back into dated times. They focused on the FedEx hub, obviously the biggest cargo hub still in the world, I believe. They focused on UPS and their movement of horses from Kentucky to Japan. Those are pretty good segments too. But the segment with the Northwest Air Cargo featured one flight, couple of crews, because they changed out at different stops, flying from like Hong Kong to somewhere, basically ending up in Alaska, making these stops. And folks, they were quite a bit of cargo. Cargo makes up a huge helping of revenue to these airlines, and the 747 can take a lot. Real life, I was sitting in Chicago watching them unload a 777 from Europe. Wait, no, it was a 767. My bad. I could not believe the cargo that came out from under that plane. And one guy told me, most likely, people were profit on that flight or very close to it. The cargo, when you fly it on an airline, is even more expensive than FedEx. So the airline is making out pretty good when they fly a lot of cargo. Problem is 737s and Airbus 320 type aircraft, you can't shove a lot of cargo in. You got a lot of bags already. But bigger planes, oh yeah, if they can shove it, they'll put it in. And oh yeah, it was pretty wild to watch. Granted, way back around 2005-ish, but it's a really good show if you can find it. I cannot find it out there anymore. So, but anyway, so that's what we've done here. Now, all you did was calculate. I've already gone in and clicked use load sheet. We're going to go ahead top off just to be safe, but we're going to come over to payload, use load sheet, and we're going to go ahead and let them come aboard so we can finish up and get ready to go. In the meantime, we haven't done this in a while since we have the time. Let's run some, let's first get our takeoff. Well, no, let's run the checklist.
Before start checklist, please. Gear lever and lights. Down and check. Brakes. Parked. Start levers. Off. Radios. On and check. Flight control hydraulic power. On. INS. Check and nav. Compasses. Slaved. Window heat. On. Seatbelts and no smoking. Hold on. On. Emergency lights. Damn. Armed. Exterior lights. Check. Flight instruments. Check. Altimeters and clocks. 1019. Set and cross-check. Radio INS switches. Radio. Radar and transponder. Standby. Indicator lights. Check. Engine and wing anti-ice. Off. Stall warning. Check. Mach airspeed warning. Check. Auto brakes. Check and off. Body gear steering. Hold on.
What? Oh, I know what happened. I know what happened. That was on me. I thought I did it.
On. Autopilot and flight director. Check and off. Takeoff warning. Check. Auto flight enunciators. Check. GPWS. Check. Instrument warning. Check. Flight director computer selectors. Check. Instrument source selectors. Normal. Reserve brake valve. Closed. Spoilers. Down. Static selectors. Normal. Oxygen mask and regulator. Check and emergency off. Brake pressure. Check. Stabilizer trim. Check and on. Rudder and aileron trim. Check. Checklist completed.
All right, that's the pilots. Now we have one for the flight engineer. I want to check something though real quick. I don't get the one stabilizer trim. That one I don't get.
Battery on. APU panel. Check. Auxiliary power. Check. Engine oil quantity. Check. Fuel quantity. 1, 2, 2. 928 pounds. Fuel panel. Let's see. Check and set. Pressurization controls. Let's see.
All right, I'm trying to find out what I screwed. Oh, wait a minute.
Bleed controls. Check and set. Hydraulic quantity. Check. EPR computer. Go around. Circuit breakers. Check. Indicator lights. Check. Electrical panel. Check and set. Air conditioning controls. This. Check and set. Fire control and wing overheat panels. Check and set. Equipment cooling. Check. Passenger oxygen. Check. Hydraulic panel. Check and set. Fuel jettison panel. Check. Crew oxygen. On. Oxygen mask and regulator. Check and emergency off. ATPs. Off. Checklist completed.
All right, so we've got through our checks. Let's look at our payload. We're still uplifting peoples, which is good. And I think we're pretty much ready to go up here. So what I'm going to do, let's see if it will. Let's go. Load sheet 10. All right, we're going to be taking off 12,008 feet. So it's 12,000. That's easy. Airport is 100 feet. 050. We have a slope. We'll give it 1. And we said the temperature here is 21. And we're at 3010. Wind 040. And we're looking at 14. Okay. All right, so we're looking at 137, 146, 158. We'll set our speed bugs. Flaps up by 231. 3.6 for our trim. Initial pitch 16 degrees. And after 10,000 feet up to 311. Okay, we need, it looks like about 6,900 feet of runway. Half the runway-ish. Let's take a look out here. I hear noise. All right, let's see where we're at. We're getting there. We got about 50 more people straggling to get on the plane. Okay. And I'm going to go ahead and set up our alignments. Okay, status. Enter. Wait. Remote. I think it's expand. Expand. All right. Enable everything. Okay, so. Okay, that one is set to go. Next one, status. Expand. Okay, and then okay, we're ready to go. Now let's see if our 50 people have boarded us. They have. Let's look outside. All the cargo doors are down. Okay, one last check before we call for the disconnect. Disconnect.
Ground power disconnected.
Okay, and that's taken care of. Alrighty. So we're ready to go. We're just setting our radar altimeter. Check our squawk down here. I think we're ready. All right, and again, this is about how long you can look. So let's do it.
Ground to cockpit. Please show me where you want to go. Ground to cockpit. Tow is driving up. Okay, all doors and hatches are closed. Ready to connect.
Cockpit to ground. Remove the chocks.
Shocks removed.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. On behalf of the
Tow
entire
connected
crew,
and
welcome aboard
bypass
the
pin
Boeing 747
inserted.
Classic.
Release parking
We will
brake.
depart shortly after we have our clearance and the cabin crew is finished with their preparations. For now, I wish you a pleasant flight, and I will be back during the flight with further flight information.
Okay, let's do it.
Cabin crew, arm slides.
All doors are closed and armed. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your chief flight attendant, and on behalf of our captain,
Okay, let's push it back. ACARS is running. Yes. Stand D1. Oh, the rain is getting close to Spain. Oh, wait, we're not in Spain. Speaking of Spain, how many saw that one coming for X-Plane 12 4.0?
Parking brake released.
Starting pushback, and you may start engines.
Ready to start the engines.
Ready for engine start.
Starting engine 3.
Startervalve open. .20% and 2.
Fuel on. Light up.
Starter off.
Lean forward with your hands on top of your head.
Engine stabilized.
Balance your thighs. Ensure your feet are
Starting engine 4.
The life
Start
vest
valve
is
open.
located in a pouch under your seat or between the armrests. When instructed to do so, open the plastic pouch and remove the vest. Slip it over your head, pass the straps around your waist, and adjust at the front. To inflate the vest, pull firmly on the
20%
vest
and 2.
only when leaving the aircraft. If you need to refill the vest, blow into the mouthpieces.
Fuel on.
Use
Light
the
up.
whistle and light to attract attention. All electronic devices must be set into airplane mode during the flight until further notice upon arrival. We remind you that this is a non-smoking flight. Tampering with, disabling, or destroying the smoke detectors located in the lavatories is prohibited by law. You will
Starter
find
off.
this and all the other safety information in a card located in a seat pocket in front of you. We strongly suggest you read it before takeoff. If you have any
Engine
questions,
stabilized.
please don't hesitate to ask one of our crew members. We wish you all an enjoyable flight.
Starting engine 1.
Starter valve open.
Operation complete. Go ahead and set the parking brake.
Parking brake set.
20%
Disconnecting
and
tow.
2.
Stand by.
Fuel on. Light up.
Starter off. Engine stabilized.
Starting engine 2.
Starter valve open.
Tow is disconnected and bypass pin has been
20%
removed.
and
Hand
2.
signal on the left. We'll see you
Fuel
next time
on.
and have fun
Light
up there.
up.
Starter off. Engine stabilized.
All right, we are in the midst of getting ready to taxi. And then I'll look over it real quick. Pack valve store warning. I think we got it all.
After start checklist.
Flight recorder.
On.
Start switches.
Off.
Beacon lights.
On.
Brake pressure.
Check.
Start levers.
Idle detent.
Engine NDIs.
Off.
Electrical panel. Check. Pack valves. Open. Dual warning lights. Out. Hydraulic panel. Check. Flight recorder. On. After start checklist completed.
Okay, I said flaps 10. Okay.
Flaps 5. Flaps 10.
Okay, we need to do this real quick. Watching our gauge over here. All right, none of my coffee or phone or anything of that nature will hinder the flight. All right, we're ready to go. Hang on, I'm going to get the radar set up here. All right, brakes off. Here. Oh, wait, we got some checks to do. Probe heat. Yeah, that's a good one to have on.
Taxi checklist, please.
Flaps. Flaps 10.
Flaps 10.
Takeoff data, EPR and airspeed bugs.
Damn.
Stabilizer trim.
Set in green band.
Probe heat.
On.
Flight controls.
Check.
Yaw dampers.
Check.
Seatbelt and shoulder harness.
Check.
APU. Off. Fuel heat. Off. Totalizer and gross weight. Set. Flight engineer and pilot panels. Check. Aft cargo heat. Normal. Seatbelt and shoulder harness. Check. Taxi checklist completed.
Parking brake released.
Cabin ready.
All right, we haven't talked much about this. It's Friday. I hope y'all are having a great day. Those of you already through your Friday, I hope it's been a great day. And those of us getting to Friday, well, getting off work, getting off the work we do at the quitting time, it's coming soon, folks. It really is, as much as I realize it. But yeah, hey, welcome to Friday. All right, we are in Taiwan, getting ready to head to Tokyo. We are in the Felis 747 Classic, and hope you all enjoyed. Hopefully, we'll be able to take it from here. In USEC, jumping for joy. It's Friday. Good to hear. Good to hear. All right, currently showing about 3 hours to our destination, so hope y'all are ready. We do have a longer flight planned. I don't think we'll get center tank action. If we do, it'll be just a couple thousand pounds. Coming soon. I'll have more on that when I get to the, when I get it set up. But we do have a longer flight. It won't be with PanAm. Sorry, boss. It'll be, I don't know who it'll be with, but we'll see when we get it fully planned out. Again, we are flying for PanAm Virtual. It's one of several airlines, many airlines actually, that's part of the VAMSIS, Virtual Airline Management System, I guess. I don't know. Not sure what everything stands for, but it's a really good airline, folks. I run the PanAm side of the house. Another streamer runs the TWA side of the house. And, it's amazing. The two get together. Would have been neat to see if the two got together back in the 90s, where we'd be today. Would they still be gone? Or would they be a powerhouse out there? PanAm was, back in its day, a huge airline, name-wise. The more I look into it, the more I'm kind of a little disappointed. The flights and all, they seem to have been a little bit on the sparse side. I don't know. For an airline of its stature, you would have expected, in my opinion, more. And by the way, I'm from where TWA was headquartered, St. Louis, so I might be skewed a little bit towards TWA. But anyway, it's glad to have them both aboard. But we'd love to have you. Check us out at VA. How about this? Victor Alpha Mike Sierra Yankee Sierra dot India Oscar slash register slash Papa Alpha Alpha. Love to have you aboard. All right, we're at the end of the runway here. We're going to run our takeoff checks here in a minute.
Before takeoff checklist.
Icing considerations.
Check.
Cabin alert.
Check.
Transponder.
Damn.
Hang on.
Cabin crew, take your seats. Check.
Ignition.
Flight start.
Body gear steering.
And that's where we'll hold. All right. Now, body gear steering, for those, unfamiliar with these kind of aircraft, it basically allows these two mounted to the fuselage to caster as they turn, helping to save wear and tear on the tires. And you can't just go to the nearest Goodyear dealer and say, hey, I'd like a bogey's worth of 747 tires. Yeah, good luck with that. But yeah, so they try to send it kind of on the expensive side, so they kind of try to save as much as they can where they can. All right, we're ready to go. Almost. Knee, N-E. It always helps to type here, Captain. Enter. And then leg and E. Enter. Okay, we're ready to go. Taipei traffic, Clipper 12 heavy, departing runway 5 left. Okay, lights are on. Okay, we'll get the body gear steering here in a minute.
Taipei traffic, Dynasty 101, 40 mile final, 05 left Taipei.
Disarm.
Back valves. Closed. Pressurization mode selector. Auto. Fuel boost pumps. On. Cross feed valves. Check. Before takeoff checklist completed. Stabilized. Thrust set.
Knots. V1. Rotate. Positive rate. Gear up. Gears up. Flaps 5. Flaps up.
Happy Friday, Godspeed. Welcome in. It is going well. How about yourself? Saw you up and flying last night. All right, let's see here. We're all set here for INS, so we'll see if we make the turn like we're supposed to head to Robin. Oh, I love seeing that turn. Thank you, Inuasik, for the gift sub towards Original Godspeed. We sure appreciate the community effort here. Thank you, sir, so much. All right, we need to come back to vertical speed and lower the nose. And then off we go. Oh, some interesting looking textures to the clouds here. Let me double check. Altitude select set. Okay, we'll go to climb now. All right, we are on track. We are not updating. That's kind of, well, yeah, we're only 9 miles. We need to get another one. All right, let's go to IAS. And back up here. Let's see. How about 14.1? Okay, now I am perplexed. Let me aviate. I'm sorry to hear that, boss. You guys getting a lot of snow out of a clipper? Wow. Why are we not updated? Let's try. Do a little test. There we go. Okay, so they got to be... Hang on. Disabled. Okay. There we go. Now we're starting to get this stuff rolling right. Okay. It only took a little bit of time. Okay, just verified something else, the distance between waypoints, what this stands for. The other one is a cumulative, but here's the interesting fun with the INS. Let's first reset our minds. This is when it's nice to have a co-pilot. He could have made sure the plane is still doing what the plane needs to do. But you get to do it all. Ain't that just grand? So let's get back here. Double check packs are on. Fuel pumps, everything looks good.
After takeoff checklist.
Gear lever.
Off.
Landing and logo lights.
Off.
Ignition.
Check.
Seatbelts and no smoking sign.
Check.
Pack valves. Open. Fuel heat. Auto. After takeoff checklist completed.
Okay, now that we got all the checklists complete, because the next one is when we actually start getting down close to the airport, we make sure all of these occur. We'll just go ahead and put it on this. And we're just going to kind of cruise on out. So, as we climb over all of this weather, we're headed to Tokyo with an ETA of about 2 hours. So, hope you enjoy. It's always a pleasure to fly with you, and we'll be there here shortly. We're going to climb to 35. Our next big step here is once we reach Mach point 83, 84, 85, somewhere in that vicinity, we're going to come over here and switch to Mach for our climb, how we climb. Now, it's not holding the speed with the thrust by the pitch. So the nose will pitch up or down slightly to maintain that. When we get into cruise at flight level 390, then we're going to switch the EPR, which is right here, to Mach. That will control our thrust to maintain. Okay, so let's just make sure everything's going well. At Kitat, we should be making, or Kitit, we should turn towards Mulka. And while I am on it, let's look. We are 90 and 128, so let's start looking for some more VORs. How about 16.7? Which one's the closest to running out? Let's go there. See if that'll tune in. If not, it will here shortly. Hopefully. And what we're trying to do is keep it in an alignment so it's right on course. Now, if, for instance, we're traveling from, say, the US to Europe, there is going to be quite a significant gap where we won't be able to tune a VOR in. That's when INS will drift slightly, and you could be slightly left or right of course until you try to reach out as far as possible to tune in a VOR. So as soon as you get it, it begins bringing it all back into line. So yeah, it's fun on the long transatlantic, trans-Pacific flights. Gonna make sure there isn't anything closer island-wise. Nope. Oh yeah, there is. 113.45. Let's go for it. Now I got a better one. Let's go gadget. Boom. Now we're getting a good bring the plane back on. Theoretically, you won't really notice the drift, but it can be. They said like 3 to 6 inches. Oh, from now to Sunday. That's right, there is a second one coming. Yeah, we might get something off that second one on Sunday. Saturday night, Sunday, something like that. But we're definitely going to get super cold here. Yeah, no, it's that time of the year. All right. Well, again, sorry to hear a delay in job interview. Sure, praying for you. Get that interview in and keep praying you get the job. Okay, we're at Mach 82, 32, or 31. Our flight level 310, and we're slowly building up. Now, on a flight this short, fuel management isn't really difficult. The flight upcoming is transatlantic. That could give us some good fuel management, show how that works. So watched a gentleman stream a few weeks ago, and his tanks were in the main tanks were empty. The outer 1 and 4 were full, well, respectively, and saying he's having trouble. So hopefully that flight here in the future will help out. Unfortunately, where I'm at, they're not very long flights. I mean, don't get me wrong, this is 3.5 hours. So from Taipei to Narita. I can get rid of that and that. And for now, let's bring... Oh, wait a minute. Let me check it out first. All right, we are the green aircraft. The wrong one. So you can kind of see what we have ahead of us. And as you can tell, the Far East is now starting to head to bed. So if you're looking for a time frame and you're wanting to try out VATSIM without a controller, this would be an area of the world for the next 6 to 12 hours to try. Don't go to Hong Kong, though. They tendency to bring controllers up from all over. But Tokyo, for some reason, I don't know why, of late, I haven't seen any. But you never know. That's another one they like to pop in on. And Korea. The rest, you know, you're pretty much going to be on your own. So with that, I will be right back. Give me a second. hello everyone. Welcome back. Yeah, I am level at 39,000. Let me see how bad our airspeed is. That's what I thought. All right, let's pull back to power. All right, hang on here, folks. All right, so let's adjust here a little. I think it'll be around 280 when we get up there. All right, so yeah, somehow think, oh, Pratt PT6, welcome aboard. Yeah, we're flying an Airbus. Should pay attention to chat. Well, I was away. Sorry. What did I miss? Saw something in caps. Let me see what the moderator caught as. Oh. Yeah, that's why I got you there, Godspeed. Yeah, caps. All right, you should pay attention to chat. Okay. Well, I heard the applause, and okay, I'm confused. But welcome to Flying with Mike. Flies in confusion all the time. I try to pay attention to chat, but it gets busy in here. Are you flying the 747-200? Because you ought to know how busy it gets. Anyway, we're going to stay positive and keep on climbing. See if I can inch a few more out of it. Man, I'm going to have to bring it. Come on, inch down a little more. The freighter, okay. That's one I really like. Well, I'm glad. So you know how busy the plane can get and how very easy it is to miss chat. Like right now, I'm trying to get her into 8.5 from Iceland to CYYT. Is that like St. John's? Yeah, but I do want the freighter eventually. I just, right now, because of Christmas, kind of holding off purchases and kind of holding off right now. But yes, I do want that freighter. Oh, that looks so sweet. All right, come on, girl. You can get above 8.4. Let me pull that down. Yeah, once you get used to flying the 747, it's really no worse than a 737. That would be the 400. The 200, on the other hand, takes a little bit of work, especially with the LTNs. All right, we're about to level off. No, we're not. We got another 1,500 feet to go or so. Boy, she is just taking her time. I'm going to go ahead and let's knock off a couple more. You're chasing the sun. Yeah, you would be. Yeah, you're right. Come on, girl. You can get up to 8.5. I know you can do it. 0.85. Come on, this time around. All right, we're just going to take what we can get. All right, so we'll be up there in a minute, get everything set up for cruise. But yeah, I was away there for a minute. I'm still confused what I missed in chat because I've looked back through chat. But Felix did an amazing on this bird. I'll bet he did a great job on this one. All right, we're going to have to stay in VS. Otherwise, we're never going to get up there. All right, we'll see if 270 will be where it'll be for Mach. Yeah, I am set
level off.
for 1,000. Okay, there we go. Textures could be a little better. I can't speak for the freighter, so I don't have it. The passenger plane, I mean, I like him. I think he's done a marvelous job for a default aircraft. We'll take a walk here in the cabin once we get things squared away. But got about 800 feet to go. All right, I'm going to give you a couple of tips here that I have learned the hard way. All right, as we're not out of the break yet. I thought we were. My bad, folks. Sorry. But anyway, welcome and thank you all for being here. While we're in the break, I hope you enjoy as we're trying to get to 39,000 feet. Oh, it's like a struggle. Come on. 1 foot. Take 2 back. 1 foot, take 2 foot back. The plane probably never flew this high. I'll be totally on. I don't know if they did. I can't remember in the days, the few commercial flights I took, I can't remember what the captain said for altitude. So yeah, I've never been on a 7.4, so wish, but now it won't, unless I get lucky somehow to get on a cargo flight. Yeah, I don't know how I'd pull that off. But anyway, welcome aboard. This is your chance. We're an hour and a half out of Tokyo. By the way, Pratt PT 6, how is chasing the sun? Are you in the lead, or is the sun beating you? All right, we're leveling off. We're getting ready to put it into Mach here as soon as, how close are we? Come on, girl, just give me that one more. Perfect. It says you can fly up to 45,000 feet. Go for it. Well, Godspeed, that's one thing the 747-200 will not tell you, how high it should be able to fly. All right, we're in cruise 8.5, and I just want to do some checks here. Shows cruise. True airspeed at about 490-ish. By the way, we kind of touched on it because I said I put more fuel in than needed. Today's flight has an average wind out of the west, 272 at 110. So we're getting a good push. And I think I planned the fuel wrong. Dang it. But that's okay. Better to have more fuel than not enough. Always, you know, it's what they always taught me in flight school. I don't know. Maybe they're wrong. All right, let's see how we're doing. We're probably out of range of both, so let's get to work here. Let's find some VORs first. Where the heck are we? Okay, so we got 13.1 for sure. Okay. And what's next? About 13.95. And then once we start running out of range of Arabu, ONC, is that Okinawa? Anyway, then we'll switch up here to Yakushima. And yeah, I know Japan's rolling in their beds going, ooh, ooh. He really butchered that one. So we're trying, folks. It's foreign languages can get rough, especially on this guy. at 60 years of age, 60 years of English, trying to do someone else's is tough. All right, we are cruising. Got a true airspeed of 490. What is our ground speed? Let me see. Nope. Oh, clear. Minus 53 degrees up here. Woo. And here I thought 35 degrees was cold. Woo. All right, so we have 1 hour 24 minutes to Tokyo. Push that up to about 1 hour and 40 minutes. We're on our way, folks. Great flight, great time. Great to have Pratt PT6 along and flying the freighter across the Atlantic. We're flying the passenger plane across the Pacific to Japan from Taiwan. And just a wonderful day. We've got Godspeed out there saying he can go to 45,000 feet if he wants. Awesome. What a day of flying. Add to it, we've had a gifted sub by Inuasic. So we have had a fantastic gifted sub and a resub. Let's get those two together. And what a great Friday it is. And Christmas is on its way. Those of you planning to fly the, what's it called? Where's Santa or something like that up in the Finland, Swedish areas, enjoy. I will not be able to because I have to work tomorrow, but I hope you enjoy that. Hope you find Santa. Godspeed is saying, I was only saying that because your plane can go up to that altitude. Really? Yeah, no, it can't. It may say it can, but no, it can't. And we just got 200 biddies from Pratt PT6. Thank you so much, sir. We appreciate you. Appreciate that. And you have a blessed day. Thank you so much. Curious, are you beating the sun yet, or did the sun beat you? Now, if you were in the Concorde, you would have definitely beat it. Hands down. Doesn't look like we're going to be able to see, well, we're not going to see much anyway up here. Looking over the panel, I like to do this from time to time, always, especially when you're on those longer routes, you want to keep up with your fuel. Like I said, a couple of people I've watched, number 2 and number 3 drained, number 1 and number 4, basically full of fuel, respectively. So we're going to try to get that stream in here as quick as we can from Europe back to the U.S. Just got to work out some details, and we'll get that rolling for you. Maybe next week. We'll see how things go. Maybe could take a bit, but we'll get it going. From Tokyo with PanAm, well, we could fly to Beijing, back to Seoul, back down to Taipei, or even Manila. I think are direct flights out of there. I'd have to check the schedule at PanAm. And I'll do that on the ground tonight. So, but anyway, we're having a great flight. Take a look out the window here. Just some great weather effects that Laminar's put in. Let me check. Basically, the rain is basically off to our east. This cough is killing me. All right, you know what? I think it's getting to be time to put in our arrival, which I don't think I'm gonna do much. Really don't see a need for that. Why did we slow down? We're in Mach hold. We're level 39. Okay, we're building back up, but I hate when it does that. Okay. Well, that'll help give you all time to get ready for the approach. All right, let's take a look at it here. Charts. Again, oh wait, we are, let's go ahead, put 17. I think we may be, wait a minute, is that right? Okay, you're going to play that game. We'll just go to 15, 4 and hope for the best. All right, we're kind of striking out again. 17. That one should come in. Okay, we're getting both of them in. Good. There we go. That'll help get us on track again. See how we were a little off right there? And now we'll slowly get back in because of the alignment issue. Okay, after them, 12.4 looks good. So does 15 or 13.3. So, but anyway, you're kind of seeing how that drift works. That actually seemed pretty intense as we're slowly getting back into the groove there. So yeah, be ready for that when you're on your transatlantics. All right, so let's look at it. Here is our arrival. We'll be coming into Binks. And basically, as we make the turn, I hope to join the localizer by Gina. Which is 15 miles out. I'm not sure what the total looks like. 40 roughish miles out. So I think what we're going to do is not program it. Okay. What we will do is program when we get into the descent and all of that. We'll program the ILS frequencies, get our altitude correct and all. But for now, let's just get that in there. RJ, select the approach. Huh. Looks like the missed approach takes us back to Binks. All right, but down here now, we will have the ILS. So this is what it's going to look like. Okay, we'll put in 11.9, 337 is our final approach course, and Cosmo 11.8 out is our final approach fix for the runway at 4,000 MSL. Transition level 14,000. We'll keep that in mind. We'll definitely be below that. Gina, we're required to be at 4,000. Now, Narita has some interesting rules, and I don't see them displayed up here. Oh, yeah, here they are. Number 4, gear down operations during approach to 3-4 left or 3-4 right. In order to prevent ice blocks falling from the aircraft to the ground, making approaches to these runways from the seashore are required to complete a gear down and locked before reaching Cosmo. Several years ago, ice was dropping off these planes. And I don't know if they hit anyone down there, possible. But yeah, very interesting thing going on. So you're going to carry the landing gear at least 11.8. You're going to probably start it down at 15. And that way they're down, locked, and ice off the plane at that point. Now, anything that falls at that point, you kind of hope doesn't. You always hope it doesn't. But yeah, kind of interesting, isn't it? So keep that in mind. For runway 34 right, DME 14 miles, as far as safety of flight is not compromised. So they're really wanting to make sure that all comes off over the ocean. Now, if you're in a pleasure boat, what can I say? But anyway, you know, I always find that, folks. But yeah, interesting dilemma there. Once we're on the ground, we're going to shoot for, is that Alpha 6? No. Which one? Oh, Alpha 5. My bad. That's what we're going to shoot for, but if we take Alpha 4, great. I plan to park us in here, maybe right in here, but we'll see when we get there what's available. While I'm speaking about it, let's see if that's the one I want. Yes. So we'll be shooting for like 2.4 or 2.5 here, although any of these are good. So, but yeah, I kind of like being here. But if they put us at 34 it is. So we'll be better prepared today for when they give me a parking spot. Pin that, close that, and let me go back here, unpin that. Okay, that'll help a little. All right, so there's our arrival brief. So again, we'll plan to cross Gina at 4,000. So let's start the math, if you will. 39 minus 4 is 35 times 3. 105, let's call it 120 miles out. We'll start her down unless told otherwise. And our goal is Gina at 4,000, since we didn't get anything for Bings. Let's just make sure. Yeah, nothing for Bing. Cross Gina at 4,000. Okay, and we're on cruise now. We're 123. Okay, hang on. I got to figure out where we are. Okay. Okay, so 1395. Let's try 15.4. Green. Okay, so that'll keep us going for a little bit. And you're going to find I like to try to make it a triangle, but if that's all I got, I will head for that one and get us on course. Try to do as best we can. I think we can tune 15.7 now. All right, we've got it in at 90 miles out. We're updating, and that'll take us into Japan pretty good. All right, so there you have it. Don't like how far away that is. All right. As promised, we still got about an hour to go. We're starting to get over Japan. We're good. Closing, closing. Good. All right, let's get out, take a look at the passenger version. The freighter will look different. I love what they've done. I mean, used to be you wouldn't get any of this with many of the flight sims and different. You really had to pay money for this. But now full cabins are like always. And Felis does a really good job. Now, I can't, before Pratt PT6 tells me, I don't know anything about the freighter other than screenshots people have sent in. It looks good to me, but again, screenshot versus reality sometimes are photoshopped. Oh, wait, did I say that out loud? Sorry. That never happens. But yeah, I mean, he really, the guys behind the whole team, what an effort. I mean, it's just an amazing, and like I said, I'm trying to figure out how to get my paws on the CF engines, but I'm happy with the Pratts, don't get me wrong. But yeah, you got all the cabin, all the space that, you know, was normally found on the plane. And they have really taken care to keep it true, real, and all of the stuff we expect. Except some, for some reason, think we need to be able to get into the toilets, and I haven't figured that one out. That one I haven't figured out, why we have to get access to the labs. Especially since I do that daily. Thank you very much. No, thank you. But yeah, I mean, they've really done good. Now, from screenshots, again, let me get to the back here. Okay. Now this area, I don't know if they're 2x2 or 1x1. I can't remember screenshots, but there's a lot of stuff up here for down below. Plus, a lot of the carriers that were cargo put exercise gear in here. There were sleeping quarters, all of that, you know, you'd expect. So they, like I said, he did a great job to me from screenshots I've seen on the freighter. I don't have it. I hope to have it sometime in the new year. And who knows, maybe other planes. So, but yeah, just remarkable. Oh, wait, it's all, wait a minute. PT6, it's all you got. But then the freighter comes along and you got the CF6s. Oh, okay. Let me make sure I didn't miss anything else. Hang on just a second, folks. I'll be right back, folks. Got to help the wife bring things in. All right, I'm back. Whoop. Yeah, I'm back with y'all. Making sure I'd unmuted. Hang on, I see a long message. Pratt's telling us his first 747 flight was an old Air Canada. Wow, black nose livery from Calgary to Toronto. Red eye. Yeah, just like, yeah. Most of those flights are red eyes. Funny story. No, I'm not going to tell. It's not fair to her. But yeah, how do I make that allowed? I can't figure it out. So, but anyway, yeah, that sounds like a great flight. I wish I'd have flown on a 747, but I can honestly say I haven't even been. Have I been in one? No. We had 2 flights that came into the airport that I worked at headed to the sand pit there during the build-up for the war in Afghanistan. And actually, I take that back. We had 4 come in, and all 4 I got to see 2 of them, but the others I didn't. And yeah, it's a bummer, but you know, that's how it goes sometimes. All right, let's look down here. How we doing on the DMEs? That's the big thing you got to stay up on. As you saw the track. Oh man, still, I would have loved it. The best classic I've ever flown on was a DC-8 stretch. 72 for Delta. Super 72. Oddly enough, from Charleston to Atlanta. Charleston, South Carolina to Atlanta, Georgia. Hard to believe that distance would yield a plane. You know, that's a considerable number of people. Now, the original, than the original, so. But nothing like the 747. And the only wide body that I remember is a 767 from TWA. All right, I'm going to go ahead and look for some more. Let's see here. Where are we? Let's try 12.9. Okay, that's a little out of range. But we're still tracking off of 15.4, so 13, let's try 13.7. Good. As long as we got one, we're in good shape. Now I could switch to 15.2 if I feel we're getting off track too much. But the key is to try to keep them, grab that VOR as far out as possible. So as you come into land, you're back on track. And then you'll be, good. But the problem is you just got to keep up with it. And that's what the 2 pretty boys up front here were always doing. Keeping it up to date, checking everything. While the guy behind him, he did a lot. I mean, managed the, well, he didn't manage, but he monitored the engines. The fuel took care of that, had the fire suppression, pressurization, hydraulics, electric, air conditioning. he monitored and worked it all, and so that all they did up there was try to get you to their right location. Keyword try. No, they did a good job. They did. Pratt PT6 talks about he flew on a DC-9 with Air Canada, sitting in the back of the plane, remembering the washroom in the rear near those big JT-8Ds, and they were loud, folks. Wow, even when they started putting the hush packs on them to get into some of the airports that were already under noise abatement, and those were just noisy engines. So, yeah. Part of why the demise came to them. If you can't really stick a CF6 on those fuselage mounted points. Would have been neat to see, though. Oh, but yeah, the good old days of flying the 727s, 07s, DC-9s, DC-8s, just Convair 850s, I think they were the equivalent to the DC-8. I mean, just fun. I really never got to watch 747s, really until I worked at the airport I was at, seeing the Doomsday aircraft come through a few times, and Northwest Airlines before they collapsed, and United. So just never really got to see 747, and I never got in them, or a 777. I've been in 767s, all the rest, just not those aircraft. All right, looking up here at the clock, we are 40, according to it, 40 minutes out. And again, I always hearken to look at your DME. We're starting to get, what are we on, 1290? What's the other one on? Okay, hang on. It's better to do it this way. We're still coming down. Okay, we'll see if that one tunes in. Got any others? So 12.9 does not want to tune in right now. It will eventually. And don't think there might not be an island off the coast. In this case, there isn't. 11.6 will be way too far away. That being Kansai. Boy, we can't get number 1 to update now, can we? Well, let's go to, what is it, 13.7. There we go. That'll be good for now. I just, like I said, I like triangular instead of on the same one. Take what we can get, though. But anyway, that was some fun times back then. Let me get back to my chat here. Sorry, folks. We'll get these two as we get closer. All right. So, other than the fact we're about 30, 40 minutes out, we are just about there. Let's look at our fuel. Now, this is actually pretty much what we're looking for. Realize you're gonna, on your top of descent or in your descent, you're gonna turn your reserve tanks open so that fuel drains into 1 and 4. So you see it's just about 4,000 pounds. So you want to keep that spread lighter as you go out the wing. Figure 1's outside of the wing, 2 close to the fuselage, 3 close to the fuselage, 4 out on the wing. So you want that weight closer to the fuselage to help the wing, again, it's all, keeping the plane, trying to think the right word, not survivable, but keeping it in check so maintenance checks don't have to always be done on it. They have to be done at certain intervals, and that's when you want them done. It's expensive, it's out of service, and yeah. But everything looks good. I'm going to go ahead. Well, you weren't supposed to do that. And let me, while we got the few seconds here. All right, and this is what's within range of us, a carrier and a frigate. So yeah, there's nothing right now we can zoom to, but camera-wise, by the way, camera-wise. Let me see here how we're looking. Let's try TME here. So wait, MK, where's TME? I know that's got to be nearby. Okay, well, we'll go 1095. 12.9. All right. I know TME has got to be nearby. Huh. All right, so we'll go to Cabo, GBD. Then it's going to get a little challenging. Okay, so we're working this out. We'll soon be in range of Narita, and we'll definitely be firming up then and getting things ready for the ILS. We've said at about, say, 120. Yeah, 115 to 120 out. We'll start our descent. Want to cross banks at around 8 to 10,000, coming down to 4.
Ladies and gentlemen, the captain has turned off the fasten seatbelt sign. However, we always recommend to keep your seatbelt fastened while you're seated. In a few moments, the flight attendants will be passing around the cabin to offer you hot or cold drinks, as well as a light meal. Alcoholic drinks are also available at a nominal charge. Now, sit back, relax, and enjoy the flight. Thank you.
Huh. Which one's turned up for that? Huh. Wonder why it did that. All right, folks, just doing some promotional work for the airline there real quick. But hey, welcome aboard. Flying with Mike service from Taiwan to Tokyo's Narita Airport in Japan. Speaking of which, how far out are we? Oh. Okay, we got that one. How's the other one doing? 88. We're doing good with that one. I think. One. Now let's make sure nothing's changed. Oh, there's no weather showing. Currently variable at 2, so yeah, we'll still plan our north arrival. 1027, and again, transition is 14,000. All right, we're getting our final coordinates in. We should be good in. We'll get Narita up on one of them here in a minute. What is Narita, come to think of it? $17.9. Okay. And at manure, which is coming up, we will begin to plot our descent. Okay, let's get our landing data set up. Okay, we're landing on a 13, the first offload sheet. 13,100. 130, so we'll go 100, 3, 4, okay. Okay, we'll be flaps 30, probably approach at about 145 to 150. Let's plan medium brakes, 5,900 feet down the runway. So that would definitely put us at about Alpha 5, if not Alpha 4, which is what we want. All right, and all right, y'all ready? Let's see where we are here. Let's go ahead, plug in 10,000.
Level off.
Perfect. That is going to line us up perfect for the airport. It's 117.9. Okay, they're both still counting down. That's good. 13.1. I know where the other one was. 11. So they're right in line with each other, and they'll probably both go out at the same time. So we'll alleviate that. He thought. At 17.9, we're just out of range. Let's keep that going. All right, we're gonna go ahead, kill the music as we're in the descent. Bear with me as I switch us. indicated speed. And we're going to try to keep 2,000 feet a minute. Kind of watch it as we're coming in. Okay, Binks is 52 miles out. Okay, that'll work. Gonna go for 17. Oh. All right, and all right, so we're updating now off of there. 13.1 for now. Keep it updating until we get to Axel, which may lose it, which we may have to switch. I'm going to go ahead and do that. All right, let's see here. Okay, we're about 71 miles from Narita's VOR as we turn inbound. Perfect. All right, we'll tune in the VOR here shortly. Correction, the localizer here shortly. And we'll set up for our approach. Okay, let's get some of it in here. Oh, we can't, not while we're on INS. So again, I hope y'all have had a great Friday, your evening looking well, and we're getting closer to quitting time on the East Coast here in the US. Hope y'all have enjoyed a pretty decent week. Mine was a little on the it is what it is kind of weeks, and we hope yesterday helped kind of even things out, so hopefully tomorrow we'll definitely put it on an even keel. But I hope y'all enjoy your weekend as we draw closer to Christmas. And if stress levels are gonna keep rising until after that great jolly day. All right, 10:27. You know what? Seeing that, I am going to go ahead. Be safe. Wrong way. All right, let me see where we are relatable to Binks.
cabin crew, prepare for landing.
Ladies and gentlemen, please make sure your seatbelts
Why
and
is
tray
the
tables
PA
are in
so
their full
low?
upright
Did I
position.
know why?
Make
I
sure
know
your seatbelt
why.
is securely fastened and all carry-on luggage is stored underneath the seat in front of you or in the overhead bins. Our cabin crew are currently passing around the cabin to make a final compliance check and pick up any remaining cups and glasses. Thank you.
All right, that should be quieter. All right, we're at 250. Let's get our lights on. Okay, we're close enough now. 119.
10,000.
Cabin ready.
Thousand to level off. Localizer alive. Thousand to level off. Flaps 1.
Landing checklist.
Gear.
Damn. Approach checklist, please.
Seatbelts and shoulder harness.
Check.
Seatbelts and no smoking signs.
On.
Anti-ice.
On.
Exterior lights.
Check.
Outer brakes.
Medium.
Flaps 5.
Radio INS switches.
Radio.
Flight director computer selectors.
Check.
Brake pressure.
Check.
Altimeters.
1, 0, 2, 7. Set and cross-check.
Flaps 10.
Landing data, EPR and airspeed bugs.
Set and cross-check.
Seatbelts and shoulder harness. Check. Fuel panel. Check. Fuel heat. Off. EPR computer. Go around. Cabin altitude.
I
Check.
got the runway in sight. Holy
Circuit
mackerel.
breakers. Check. Approach checklist completed.
Gear down. Flaps 20.
Okay, we're doing the gear down procedure so that by 11.8 we're down locked and
Gears down.
hopefully-
Green light.
All right, and we're coming upon Gina. And Narita traffic, Clipper 12, heavy, over Gina, inbound, runway 34 left ILS. Gear down procedure complete. All right, what did we say?
Landing checklist.
Gear.
Down and check.
Down and check. Flaps.
Flaps 25.
Flaps 25.
Flaps 25. Spoilers.
Armed.
Ignition.
Flight start.
Anti-skid.
Check.
Flaps 30.
Altimeters. 1, 0, 2, 7. Set and cross-check. Landing checklist completed.
And Narita traffic, Clipper 12 heavy, over Cosmo 34 left, 10 miles out. Narita traffic, Clipper 12, 4 mile final for 3-4 left.
One thousand.
Have just been cleared to land. Please make sure your seatbelt is securely fastened.
All right, cleared to land gear, 3 green flaps
500.
full, spoilers set. Missed approach speed and altitude set, cleared to land. Landing.
Don't sink. Don't sink. Don't sink.
Approaching minimums. Minimums. $50, $40, $30, $20, $10.
Check reverse. Auto brake off. Out, off, reverse. 60 knots.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our destination airport. For your safety and
Narita traffic, Clipper 12, off at Alpha 5 to the gate.
until the captain turns off the fasten seatbelt sign, and we have parked at our gate.
Flaps up.
After landing checklist.
Brake pressure.
Check.
Body gear steering.
Arm.
Auto brakes.
Off.
Ignition.
Damn. Off.
Engine and wing anti-ice.
Hold on. Off.
Radar and transponder.
Stand by.
Flaps.
Hold on. Up.
Spoilers.
Down.
Stabilizer trim.
Damn. 7 units.
Outflow valves. Open. Pressurization mode selector. Manual. Aft cargo heat. Let's see. Off. APU. Let's see.
All right, where do we want to go? Let's take a look.
Parking brake set.
Okay, we're in the blocks. Hang on. Let's
Cabin crew, disarm slides. Cockpit to ground, put the chocks on.
Chocks are on. Ground power connected.
well, we lost both jetways, and I don't know how we did that. But anyway, okay, we're in. Sorry for the quietness and away from the chat. Always a lot going on. Got a couple more things to wrap up here.
Cabin crew, doors may be opened.
Ladies and gentlemen, please check around your seat for any personal belongings you might have brought on board with you, and please use caution when opening the overhead bins, as heavy articles may have shifted around.
All right, secure cockpit checklist.
On behalf of our airline and
Brakes.
our crew,
Parked.
I'd like to thank you
Beacon
for
lights.
joining us on this trip, and we're
Off.
looking forward to having
INS.
you on board again in the near future.
Align.
Have a nice
Probe and window heat.
Off.
Back valves. Check. Fuel boost pumps. Let's see. Off. Reserve tank valves. Let's see. Closed. Hydraulic panel. Check. Oxygen. Check. Flight recorder. Off.
Okay, welcome to Narita. Yeah, I wonder why they took that away. That was pretty cool. All right, hang on. I got one last thing to do. Yeah, I love doing that. All right, and hang on. We'll go here. All right, well, welcome to Narita, folks. We had a great flight, I must say, and glad to have had you all aboard. Let's take a look at what the airline got us at here, and then we'll start, if I can find it, 400 feet a minute. What? That felt pretty good. All right, hang on. Let me go check for sure. Ah, there we go. 107. That's more like it. 117 feet. I mean, I felt like that was pretty doggone good. All right. Yeah, just, I don't know what the heck I was looking at there. But anyway, what a great flight from Taipei up here to Narita. All right, let's get into the fun part here. Let's see what Elevatech got us at as we show gate 25. All right, Elevatech, there you are. All right, so we need to complete the flight first and then show the flight. They got us at 115, 138, 139 was the ref speed, so not bad. 1.0 on the G's. Like I said, that felt pretty doggone good to me, albeit 3 stories above the runway. All right, and about all we can get from them. Oh wait, no it isn't. Hang on. Let's estimate our landing, shall we? As soon as we get it over here. We were a little long, but that's okay. 2,500 feet-ish or so. Looks like pretty close to the center line, so that's good. Granted, we had no crosswind of any. I mean, it was like 1 or 2 knots, so not much to worry ourselves over. All right, we're done unloading cargo. That's why the doors are closing. And once we start reloading, they'll reopen. That's a pretty cool feature Felis put in. I like that. So, pretty cool. Let's look at our unofficial scorekeeper in the Fact of Sim Toolkit. 206 feet a minute, 137. I'm not arguing at all. Just completing and saying, I wish this was yesterday. Yesterday you can see it, but that really is not all of it, folks. It was 500, no, it was 700. I hit the runway pretty hard. Okay, we had a 2-hour, 50-minute flight, 1,170 miles, almost 30,000 kilograms, and again, our 206 at 137. Not bad. Let's take a look at where the numbers look on the runway. Hence why I call this the unofficial scorekeeper. 3-4 left's a 13,123 foot runway. Landing long technically isn't bad, but what it does do causes you to get off further and cause troubles to the gate and all. So that's why you do try to aim for here, even at night, because even on this runway, it's lit up. Plus your ILS is right there. So everything's helping to get your butt right there. However, we were 2,060 feet down the runway and only 3 feet off the center. Great, great, and great. 2.27, so we did have the nose up a little. Slight roll to keep us intact with the runway. And boy, we got great numbers out of it. So that's why we use Sim Toolkit. All right, so there you have it, folks. A beautiful flight in the Clipper bell of the sky. Right now, I'm gonna say adios to our YouTube folks. Twitch, hang tight. Not 100% sure, but we've got such a short flight. We may be able to do a second one, but I want to check in with the CEO of Flying with Mike. So, but for you all on YouTube, thanks for hanging out with us. We sure appreciate it. And I'll catch you on the next flight, either Sunday or Monday, or both. But we'll see you then. So for now, God bless, and we'll see you then. And like I said, Twitch, hang on. Maybe a second flight in the offering. I just have to double check here.